Welcome back. We are here for game 2 of round 1 of day 3 of the World Championships for Star Wars CCG. If you can say that all fast, props go to you. In the first game, which we missed the end of because of a technical difficulty, Matt Harrison Trainer defeated Greg Shaw by 15. This is going to be game 2. Starting up right now, as you can see, we are going to get to see Communing at the hands of Matthew Harrison Trainer face off against Hunt Down Virtual under the capable hands of Mr. Gregory Shaw. As they shuffle up and deal, we can see that their starting cards are fairly typical from Mr. Shaw. He started Gift of the Master. He started, of course, if plan says he's required to, Endor Shield, and it's going to look like he's starting Ni Chupa Na. Very, very standard start. For Mr. Harrison Trainer, he is starting Walkling, and a little bit of a stranger start. He has out there Quick Draw to go with the rest of his cards. Appears as though Mr. Harrison Trainer is going to be playing a little bit of a heavier weapons focus in this deck. So Communing versus Hunt Down V. Shaw needs to win by 16 or 15 and break on the tiebreaker to advance. That's certainly a doable margin. The Harrison Trainer's seeming emphasis on weapons may give him an advantage so that he can use cheaper rebels to take out more expensive, higher power and defense value Imperials. We shall see. So we get started underway. We had a Boss Nass pull, we had a Galen's Fighter pull, where you see Weapons of the Sith and the Grabber Shield come out right away. Then we get a Let the Wookiee Win, showing Grimtash, and taking Grimtash also showed an Escape Pod and a card I'm going to have to apologize because I did not. Excuse me, I don't believe that was Escape Pod. I believe that was Run Luke Run, as well as the card I didn't get a clear view of. Endor Shield has been used for one pull already. Shaw is going very quickly through his deck. And he is Gonna pay 2 to use a Jedi, or a Sith's plans rather, to get out Endor. Which, of course, with the Endor shield, will not allow Mr. Harrison Trainer to activate there. And he has recirculated, and Mr. Harrison Trainer is going to take his first turn. He activates, puts out Boss Nass's chamber that he pulled already, and he's going to go looking for a Tatooine location, presumably Obi's hut. Certainly what he'll be hoping for. He's taking a long look through his deck, which is why it looks like nothing is happening right now. Seeing where everything is. Oh, he decides to pull the Tatooine system. Either because he must, or because it has to be because he must. That's a very aggressive move, considering he only activated 5 Force this turn. Mr. Shaw has to be relatively pleased about that. And Mr. Harrison Trainer, after a very long look through his reserve deck, is finished. He pulls Chlorslog out of it, or plays it from hand. Apologies that, with no escape pod yet played, it clearly had to have come from hand. And while he's doing that, an Admiral Ozzel for the second pull from Endor Shield is going to take place for Mr. Shaw. Clearly Shaw has plans for this Ozzel. Perhaps some early aggression in space, presumably. Oh, we've got us a Grimtosh coming out. 4 Force for the Grimtosh Lost, and we are going to see a whole bunch of cards. And it looks like he's going to whiff. Not get a single double in there. We'll see that Shaw drew into a We must accelerate. Quite a few Imperials. He's got a very, very nice hand going. And of course, it's relatively devastating to spend your entire first turn trying to blow someone out for the win, perhaps get a couple of Galens, couple of Vaders, and then to find that you get nothing, except that you lost a force. It's ridiculous, but Grimtash lost is in fact ridiculous. It's just part of the game, I suppose. It's also a very good move for Mr. Harrison Trainer to make at this point in a game, because with him being in advance, he can afford to take a risk. If he gets, say, 2 Galens and 2 Vaders, that very well may end the match right there. He gets a free advancement. Anyways, Shah is activating, and he will put out Ozzel on Galen's fighter, add Black Leader, Juno Eclipse. That's quite a beastly space presence he has there. And then he's going to draw. Right now their activations appear to be about this tide, and there's Obi's Hut to give Lightside a little bit of a boost. Pump his activation up from 9 to 11. Well, Mr. Shaw is currently stuck, quote unquote, activating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus Nichubanan himself. So an 11 to 10 victory at the moment. And we get a good old-fashioned think-off while Mr. Harrison Trainer counts cards that are in his reserve deck. He already pulled the sight, but now he's just taking a very long and very careful look. Doesn't want to miss anything. Oh, it appears as though he missed a pull. Perhaps instead of searching for the site with communing, he started his turn by searching for Sitor? Now Mr. Shaw gets to see almost the entirety of his deck. Shaw will notice a few things in there that are a little unusual. I say that because I have the gift of foresight, as well as the gift of having their deck lists in front of me. So, Mr. Harrison Trainer, after failing at some search, seems to drawn and pass turn. Shaw activated and drained, grabbing a Run Luke Run, as well as a Rebel, which appeared to be a Leia Rebel Princess. Don't quote me on that one. One from hand, the Rebel was off the top of reserve deck. And we see a Coward come out. Fighting against the quick retrieval. And Shaw's going to draw. Playing it very patient, especially on the ground. Willing to let Mr. Harrison Trainer make his move. Of course, at this point, since there's a Grimtosh and Lost Pile, Mr. Shaw has almost no reason to fear drawing a very large hand. And Mr. Harrison Trainer is going to look through his reserve deck. I do believe this is a fake search. He is checking for lightsabers to match with Saitor, as well as just to take a look and see what's in the deck. Yep. So Mr. Shaw gets to look through the deck and confirm what he'd already seen, which is that this communing deck appears to be a little bit on the strange side. He's definitely seen a couple of Anakins in there, a couple of Luke strong with the Forces. So not EPP Lukes. And Abyss comes out. Clearly he saw one of the at least a all wings report in. I'm not actually sure if there's multiple. Doesn't want to get spun against. And that comment made absolutely no sense, so we'll pretend I didn't make it. And then Shaw fails a search. Which allows Mr. Harrison Trainer to see a relatively standard Hunt Down V deck. He's also seen much of Shaw's hand. So the gist of the build he's got a pretty good grasp on, though tech cards, certain specific blowout cards may be a surprise. It appears as though Shaw used a fake search to verify before using a real search for his presence of the Force. And we'll get a drain for 2. Both came from hand. and it was unable to see what those two force were. Now Shah is looking through his deck. Missed his pull. And Harrison Trainer gets another view of the deck to see lots of cards that are standard to this build. And Shah pulls another defensive shield. He is now up to 5. And he passed. And we get to see some action in space. That looks like we're going to see a Lady Luck as well as a Lando. Not definitely Luke Sidif is on there. Oh, EPP Han is on there. Just throwing tons of forfeit fodder at this bad boy. And we have Battle. Presumably we're going to see a one beautiful thing here since we have male and female pilots. Drew with Lando and appeared to miss. Actually, that looked like a lightsaber. That may very well have hit. Though it's impossible to know without Airstream, which he drew. And he will draw 4 very lovely destinies against 2 somewhat mediocre destinies. One of those is a Grand Moff Tarkin. The other one appears to be blast door controls. That would give him an 8, which is a very acceptable number. And of course, Darkseid is going to be cleared off of the system, as so frequently happens when you draw against 4. Though the Luke destiny was almost assuredly 1 to attrition. We get to Cold Feet for another shield, with Mr. Shaw having now played 6. And we will no escape back into the fighter. Oh, that didn't even make sense what I just said. He took the no escape into hand. By using We Must Accelerate Our Plans, stacking up some rather nice destinies, which presumably Shaw is going to track around. And the no escape comes down to get him back at the ship. And verify goes down. Presumably he was looking. Did a fake blaster rack search. And we see a presence of the Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Okay. I have no idea what that was. So apologies. I apparently had a series of unfortunate events take place that, unbeknownst to me, caused the audio feed to drop. Well, we are back. We did have a question while we were gone as to what was being played and by whom. On the bottom of your screen, you have Greg Shaw playing Hunt Down V. On the top of the screen, you have Matt Harrison Trainer playing Communing. They are playing the second game of their match. Matt Harrison Trainer won the first game by 15. The turn is currently that of Greg Shaw. He's just deployed Galen along with his lightsaber, P-59, as well as one other character to the Cantina to fight against Padme, Luke Strong in the Force, Leia Rebel Princess, and Shmi Skywalker. It looks as though that other character is a Dr. Evazan combo, since Shmi just went lost during this battle. And Mr. Harrison Trainer is taking a very long time thinking. He chose to swing it to Galen, got force fielded. Force field immediately gets grabbed. The next swing gets Run Luke around, which also gets grabbed. And we get a Blizzard 4 followed by, I'm not going to pretend to know, for Destiny. Lightside gets Luke Strong in the Force followed by Escape Pod. Presumably Lightside added to Attrition. Presumably Darkside also added to Attrition. Though it appears that it's incorrect since only P-59 left table. That wouldn't make sense. Mr. Harrison Trainer appears to be thinking of what to lose. And Leia is going to go to used pile after he loses a card from hand. Card which looked to be Jedi Levitation. So Luke attempted to, sorry about the mess, Galen, during the control phase. It appears as though the attempt was unsuccessful. Swing and a miss. So now Mr. Harrison Trainer is going to be training for 1 at Endor, because that's fair. And then presumably doing his darndest to beat down the Galen. And I do believe our people on site are perhaps confused. I believe they just mirrored the image and set everything backwards. And poof, the image reverts itself. As we have Luke Sidif, Padme, random other character, which you have to forgive me, and Galen fighting at a site. Galen has Force Lightninged since he is defending a battle alone at a site. Fortunately for him, he has already been hit. And we are about to be joined by the Batmouse to help us out with a little bit more commentary. While he's figuring that out, this battle is of course continuing. Padme has been hit, Galen has been hit, and it looks like we hit Destiny. Light side of course adds to power since there's no point adding to attrition with him hit. Dark side presumably added to power to prevent an overflow. Galen is going to go lost, and the site is going to clear. which of course will flip Darkseid back over to the side of the objective he wants to be on. I would say that battle did not go very well for Mr. Harrison Trainer. For a battle he initiated, it's generally not a good idea to have one guy battling one guy, deploy two more guys there, and then have everyone go lost. Was probably not what he was looking for. So as long as he's able to hold that system, he will probably be able to do enough damage to advance in the match. And Mr. Shaw activates. A very, very healthy force drain for the Dark Lord. I do believe that was just a drain of 5. You gotta hate seeing that happen. And the Emperor comes down to lock down that location. He is joined by the Emperor's power. That is going to make this site one very, very tough nut to crack. Choke Vader, Emperor, Emperor's power, Vader's cape. Of course, Vader has his lightsaber. So the potential of ping damage as well as draining for massive amounts, which is important for Mr. Shaw because he not only needs a win here, he needs a win by at least 16. So after deploying the Emperor, Mr. Shaw saw fit to draw a little bit and call it a turn, which is going to lead us into some Matt Harrison Trainer time. Mr. Harrison Trainer pays to drain for 1. That 1 is an Emperor Palpatine. Off the top, He deploys Luke Sidif. He deploys Leia, Rebel Princess. That does, of course, flip Hunt Down Virtual back to the front side. And Luke does get his lightsaber. Interesting that Mr. Harrison Trainer decided to abandon the Endor system. Going to Tatooine has a lot of virtue. It's cheaper to deploy to for starships. You can possibly engage in shuttling at that system, but he leaves Darkseid the opportunity of just deploying a magnificent place. The sense for Darkseid, Naboo is vastly superior. So Galen goes down. He loses a Galen from used pile to go get to go get the lightsaber for Galen. General Navarre goes down to Coruscant to add a destiny to power, and we get the victory down to Endor. Absolutely nothing surprising there. And Mr. Batmouse appears to be joining us.
I am joining you. How are you doing today?
Oh, doing fantastic. It is just a great day 3.
I hear you. I apologize for not being on earlier. My voice was a little messed up from yesterday's action.
Well, it's understandable. When the action's this good, it's easy to lose your voice.
I just get so excited.
Oh, exactly.
I apologize if you hear the Simpsons in the background. My kids are up and watching TV.
You only have to apologize because you let them watch such bad television.
Well, it is the 552 episode marathon. Part of my childhood I'd like them to at least get a glimpse of.
Well, fair enough, fair enough. So anyways, back to the game. Mr. Shaw has battled. He has swung and successfully hit Leia, which, if Galen then chooses to add a destiny to attrition, which he most assuredly will, all but guarantees that the site is going to clear again.
Not just clear, but he's gonna get the. He's playing Hunt Down Virtual, correct?
Yes, so he will be reflipped again.
He will be reflipped, but he'll also get the 2 damage for Leia as well. And Mr. Trainer has the shield, or not the shield, but the effect that reduces the damage to 1.
You are correct, and I will just go ahead and spoil that I do not see that shield on this list. So we now... Galen is hit, and he'll go lost as well. Oh, we get the sorry about the mess combo to take care of Galen and save Luke. It's nice for Harrison Trainer to be successful with the second one, since the first one crashed and burned.
And how did the first one crash and burn? Did Shaw have the
It was a control phase miss.
control phase miss? Oh, that gotta hurt.
It was I'm sure it was very painful. Yes, indeed. Well, that sorry about the mess was rather huge, as it keeps Luke on the ground and makes it so he doesn't have to pay for drains. Also gives him a relatively good shot of... No, I'm going to cancel that. It doesn't give Harrison Trainer much chance of satisfying ultimatum this turn, so he might end up having to eat another drain of 5.
Ouch, yeah, because there's not a third battleground that he could go to unless he wanted to go and take on the victory.
Yep, you are correct.
From the hand that I see, though, he might have a shot at that. It looks like he might have a ship in there. Might want to take a shot.
It's entirely possible, although I'm wondering what ship it could be. Might be an R2 in red 5. We've seen that. Lady Luck's already on table. Then again, I mean, the victory is not very strong. It has no pilots to forfeit. It's just chilling.
Well, I don't know why. Well, if he is, oh, never mind. That's Han backing up Lando on the Lady Luck.
Yes, you are correct.
All right, I was gonna say Han Chewie and the Falcon could be a possibility, but that's obviously out of the question. Han Chewie and the Falcon virtual, of course, since you can't run maintenance cards in communing.
You are correct again. I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess we could see R2 in red 5 maybe piloted by a Corn. We haven't seen a Corn this game. That's a good card. Yeah, that's the thing I'd expect the most. I don't know if you'd run a Jaina Solo in this deck. I could see her being pretty good on that.
I could see an Anakin Skywalker too.
Anakin Skywalker is a very good card.
Looks like we have a Yoda Great Warrior sitting in the hand, possibly.
Do you think he might consider making a run at Obi-Wan's hut?
At least sit there and block. If you've got a Hojix, you can get a shot in, especially with force field grabbed. Get a shot in at that Vader that's doing so much damage to you.
Yeah, I mean, 5 damage a turn ends the game really fast.
Yeah, it's 1/12 of your deck. At the start of the game, not including what you put on the table. So yeah.
Yeah, and you consider that early in this game, Shaw got several drains at Endor in for maybe 3 turns before Shaw could do anything about that. And you do that damage, you get a couple in at 5 a turn. Suddenly, the game starts to look pretty grim.
Yeah, you're already headed towards the 20 in the hole spot. Yeah, it doesn't look like MHT has much left anyway. It's a matter of Shaw keeping his numbers up.
And that's absolutely going to be critical for him. A win by 14 is no good. So what do you think of these decks?
I'm a big fan of Hunt Down Virtual. I use an alternate start. I like to start the Emperor,
Oh, okay.
because then I can pull Dark Time for the Rebellion. If I can stay flipped, I can pull Dark Time for the Rebellion and retrieve two a turn all
That's
game
very
long.
potent.
And Darkseid shouldn't have retrieval, but I do like the Dark Time for the Rebellion because it punishes, Throne Remains and San V. Those are just two kind of degenerative uh, strategy to play, since the whole point of the game is Darkseid goes first.
You're absolutely right. This particular deck, it's interesting. To me, it feels like, especially Shaw's deck, it feels like a throwback. Like he grabbed a deck from maybe 2009, 2010, and pretty much included it card for card.
Yeah, because I don't see something that I would expect to see in this pre-reset meta nowadays. I don't see Slave One combo unless I missed it. That's something that I would absolutely expect to see, especially when Sonic Bombardment pulls everything for you and they're trackable fours.
No, you are correct. We haven't seen a Sonic, we haven't seen a Prison, we haven't seen a Boba, we haven't seen a Django, we haven't seen a Slave One. I would guess that means that he is not running that space package, and it does seem a bit surprising. It's not really sure what he's doing. Maybe he's expected people to tech very explicitly for aliens in space. Um,
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Looks like he's been running cold feet to into the ground though. What's he got? 7 shields on the table.
it is a little bit absurd.
I like cold feet overall. It's a great card. It's really good against Shield Buster, which can be a pain in the butt.
I'm not as big a fan. I find it to be ineffective, but to each their own. Um, so while we've been chatting in the game, nothing has happened. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, that's why I've been quite happy about doing nothing but running my mouth.
Yep. Uh, I mean, and it's understandable. This game is probably going to be close. He didn't have another ship, so Harrison Trainer is going to move in front of the victory.
He's got
Um,
to block, but he. Oh, is that in his hand?
Yoda was in his hand,
Yoda
yes.
wasn't in hand. I'm talking about the top card in trainer hand.
Oh, the escape pod?
No, that's not an escape pod.
Oh,
That's one of the Jarek looking fellows.
oh, must be a Hujix then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I was gonna say the very first turn of the game, Harrison Trainer Grimtashed lost with his entire deck, which I questioned at the time, though Shaw had a large hand. Um, but I think that his motivation for that was everything he wanted to pull his first turn was in his force pile, so he could choose to use the force and pull him the next turn, or he could choose to draw it and saw it as perhaps free Grimtash. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's absolutely possible. I mean, because we don't see we see Obi-Wan's Hut V, but we don't see the gun runner. So
Yep,
I would say that he was, like you said, had everything stuck in the fourth pile. Got to use it. Got to
yep.
do it.
Well, we have not only not seen a Gunrunner with several verifies, we haven't seen a Gunrunner. We also haven't seen a Chewie. Not a single Chewie has shown in on the game board or in any of the verifies. It seems like a little bit of a very strange communing deck.
Yeah, it almost looked like a throne room mains with the ability to put back Princess Leia and Han with blaster.
Mm-hmm. Though, I mean, I will say, I could like that. You
I
know, you run the Skywalkers, you run you know, because the advantage of communing is it puts something good for Shmi. So you could potentially have 4 Skywalkers people don't have Decree V, that could get nasty quick.
Yeah, no Decree V or no OOM9V
Yep.
virtual. Great card. I wish it would stay. Not going to make the base list because of the text about Padme and Padme going away, obviously.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. It is just it's just a great card. It's fun to play with. I've never particularly minded playing against it. So, and of course, it mirrors the card that made the base list. So, here we see a very large drain. Mr. Harrison Trainer can't be pleased to be losing all of these very nice cards, but
It looks like 6 left in his life force, and I think he got 4 in his hand.
I do believe you are correct. And Mr. Shaw is counting. Well, I mean, he just obviously did a face-up verify, which shows that he has 4 very nice Destiny cards in his reserve deck and 1 mediocre one.
See, that's a drain of 3 at the cantina, 1 at Endor. I'm wondering what Shaw's numbers are right now. Seems to be my biggest concern.
Yeah, I really don't have a clear idea on this one.
I mean, he can obviously, eat his hand and lose his hand, but I don't know if he's got that 15 that he needs in his life for to pull off, 2 more turns of staying alive.
Yep. Well, I mean, we did see his reserve deck. It had 5 cards in it, so he needs to have had at least 10 cards in life force, or 10 cards in his force pile, and then to be able to eat whatever damage is coming. Or he could always go aggressive here. With 6 cards left, there's not a lot of flexibility for Mr. Harrison Trainer. He doesn't have a lot of ability to react to some of these things. So.
Yeah, you could always get Emperor to move over, but you'll lose the ping damage, and it's only a drain of 1 anyway. So I would assume you want to keep that ping damage.
I agree. I can't imagine the Emperor budging. I can't imagine either of those characters leaving that site. I think his only question is deploy to space in battle, run away in space in battle on the ground by deploying someone else to the cantina, or run away in space and hope for mitigation, but it's dark side, so.
Yeah, it looks like it got to be something to the cantina to block that drain. Hoping for an undercover spy, but the way he's looking at things, it doesn't look that way.
No.
Perhaps a high forfeit pilot, but that's still going to cause 2 Destiny in space.
Yeah.
And Lightside has the abusive space Destiny, so that's not going to be too helpful.
Lightside's only drawing 2 right now, though.
Yeah, but I mean, Lightside, we know but he did place a 6 and a 4 in the lost file, or 6 and a 3 in the lost file.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the correct call is here. If he had a Galen, it would be good to go at the cantina, but he's lost 3 Galens this game. 3's a lot. I can't imagine he's running 4.
No, I wouldn't see him running 4 at all, even with especially not with the threat of good players around. Locals where people aren't running Grimnock at all. I could see you running 4, but there's no alternate version of Galen. Like there's alternate versions of Vader. You wouldn't run 4.
I couldn't agree with you more. So there are some we saw. I'm just spitballing here. We saw Blizzard 4 earlier that was in his deck, but that's not going to be no help at the cantina. We saw.
There's a Boba Fett bounty hunter.
Yeah, I don't think that's. Oh, there we go. And Boba Fett is going to be backed up by. Is that Dengar?
Look like Dengar with Blaster Carbine.
That's. Yeah. Dengar
Pretty
with
valid.
Blaster Carbine and Boba Fett. Boba Fett is, of course, non virtual this one. So that's going to be 3 Destiny. 3 Destiny and 2 swings, though Luke is a beefy defense value 5.
6.
Oh, yes, 6. He needs a 6.
Yeah, I think he gonna go pure Destiny here, and I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe they will just sit there and block that drain, which I think that's a better call.
You think keep him there, pay the upkeep, move victory away?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. It's that's the safest. And the only time you get blown out is if he has another. Um, he has another. Sorry about the mess.
Yeah, sorry about the mess there would end the match, but
But like
no,
you said, we've seen 2 already. That's not a card you're gonna run 4 copies of.
nope, it's really not.
And 3 in hand, you can kind of say, I'm gonna run that risk. Kind of have to at this point in the game because you need to keep your numbers up.
Yep,
You can afford to give away a drain of 1. You just cannot afford to give up a drain of 3.
yep.
Looks like 5 left in the force pile for Mr. Shaw.
5 left in the force pile after he's deployed both of those. Wow. So he has a very small margin of error, but he does have a margin of error to take this match right now.
So yeah, so Shaw is up because Boba Fett or Dengar is a deploy of 3. Hang on, I want to check. I want to make sure my numbers are right. 4. Dengar deploy for 4. And Boba Fett deploy for 5. So there's 9 sitting in that force pile right
Or in
now.
the used pile.
In the youth pile, yeah.
And with
9.
4 left in force pile, and we already saw 5 in reserve, that would give him a total of 18 force, plus whatever's in his hand.
Right.
That is a very small margin. And of course, as we are doing this math, both players are doing exactly the same math, trying to figure out what is the ways that they win the game.
I didn't see what that Destiny draws for. 2 Destiny. 3, 4. 4 Destinies.
They have to be battling at the cantina.
It has to be. So we get an all wings combo. And I didn't see what the top Destiny was.
I didn't either. We must accelerate our plans, cold feet, and 2 characters, one of which is Garandan.
Which is a 4. You get a close call. Force a redraw on the 5 into a 5.
Ah,
But he couldn't do the he couldn't do the loss portion because again he got to keep his numbers up.
yeah.
Yoda goes to communing, and Boba Fett Bounty Hunter goes away. Oh, let's see.
Looking very intently. Oh, decides to lose Luke.
And clears.
Clears the site, but loses the.
Well, it doesn't clear. Yoda stays.
That's true.
But he gets rid of that lightsaber, which
Yep,
was huge.
indeed.
Very.
Wow, gonna split up to two locations. I cannot say I'm a fan of this. Um,
Well, it's gutsy. You got to get that damage in. He's still gonna get a drain of 4 at
no,
Obi-Wan's
because
head.
Coward, he can't. Oh wait, he does satisfy Coward. Okay, that's actually neat.
Yeah.
Forces light side to come at him.
4-2-2. Now,
Okay.
with no blocking, obviously.
Yep. Although we of course see Leia Rebel Princess in hand, she could just destroy those drains. Because she is very, very, very good.
We also see Stiffy Luke in hand too. That was underneath. He could potentially take a shot at the Emperor there.
Yeah.
It's a matter of not activating his lightsaber though, which he will wind up activating the lightsaber if he on his turn to deploy anything because he only has 2 left in the 4th pile.
You are correct. And they count their cards again.
So you lose the ping damage, but you do get a shot at double at 2 more damage. So it'd have +1 for splitting Vader and the Emperor there.
Yeah. Though I mean, the upside is that Vader can go to the cantina. The downside is that splitting makes both of them weaker.
Yeah, well, Vader is a defense value 8, and
I'd be far more worried about the Emperor than Vader, but perhaps I'm naive.
well, again, we're counting the Force, and that's not going to happen. Just from where the lightsaber went into the pile, unless he was running a second lightsaber for Luke, which no one does in this day and age.
No.
The Emperor is barely secure.
Yeah, there's late game context. I have to agree with you. So of course Harrison Trainer's going to drain for 2 and then for 1.
That looks like a let the Wookiee win in hand. Oh, never mind.
Activating it all, so he is clearly uninterested in a battle this turn. Not going to go after him. I guess we're going to see Leia go to the cantina after this drain for 2.
I'll show you how it is.
And of course the drain for 1, which of course are all going to come from hand.
I miss limited resources. I miss people running that. Just having that line around.
And there comes Leia.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, she is so good. I mean, she's not, but she is.
No, Leia's a good girl.
Yeah.
My Leia is sitting over playing on the laptop right now.
Aw, that's sweet.
He should have. The lightsaber should be just used right now. Did we get a freeze? Oh no.
No, he was just being very, very still.
Playing in slow motion there, Mr. Training.
Yeah. Well, so far this match has gone on for just over 3 hours.
Wow. How about this game? Of course, there is no time limit for match play games, correct?
I believe they are limited.
Hour and a half. Hour and a half apiece. Hour and a half apiece.
So they did take a hefty break in between. But this is pushing very, very deliberate play. The difference between this and what you would get during the normal round of tournament is significant because this game would have ended long ago. And we get to let the Wookiee win. Hey, it's another Leia. Who he takes. Set down to 655 for the used pile. Setting up next turn.
Not gonna bother giving him the retrieval back. Move Vader over. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody runs away. Still, oh yeah, didn't even get it in the Drain of 4.
Mm-hmm.
Asking for a card count.
Yep. The worst and the best thing about Star Wars in the end game, when your resources are the same thing that is keeping you alive, all decisions just get so close.
Yeah, if he could get the Garindin, I think that second character was a Tarkin, but if he could get that Garindin into hand, or the Tarkin would be better. He could take a shot at the Lady Luck.
Yep.
If he can draw back around to that close call.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's definitely one way he could go for it. And
yeah, the location of the lightsaber is going to be key. I don't think it's going to be anywhere that he can get Stiffy Luke back down with the lightsaber to take a shot. So it's a matter of keeping Vader alive with his immunity to attrition less than 7 because of the Skywalker and the Jedi.
yes.
Yeah.
It's also, it's worth noting, Stiffy Luke is one of those classic cards of Star Wars that he's just not as good in the late game. Here, for him to have maximum power as a dropping, you need to be able to deploy him and to draw 2 lightsaber swings and then 2 destiny. So that's 4, 9 plus 10 to battle. Like it's challenging to put that together in the late game.
Yeah, because it looked like he's got, what is that, 4 in the force file. Probably 4 in the Destiny, the draw deck.
I believe you are correct. Haven't heard any other updates on site in a while. Hopefully, presumably other games have been finishing. and our quarterfinalists that are joining email have been decided. That would be nice.
What a beat Emil Wallen have been this weekend. Just real good communing scouts. That's strong. There's a couple decks that lay waste to that deck, but not much can get around that.
Email's a good player. I mean, he's a good player. I remember, when he first came out with Spice Ties, I was like, oh, well, that's neat. The Vikings found one deck. Cool. They rampaged Europe, and then he very quickly established that not only was he a very innovative deck builder, one of the best in the game, but that he could play. I haven't gotten to meet him and haven't gotten to get my butt kicked by him yet, but I imagine that the first one will be followed by the second one very quickly.
Yeah, I see that happening for pretty much everybody around. It's so funny because Spice Ties was a concept that me and Brad Reinhold we looked at probably 6 months before Worlds, and we're like, oh, that's really cool. We did it, but then we discarded it because there were a couple really bad matchups, and we just couldn't figure our way around it. And then it goes on to win Euro Worlds, so.
Yep.
Shows what we know. But it's nice to know we're on the same track for at least a part of the ride.
Absolutely.
Just want to get over that lip. So back to the action. There's not much action.
Yeah. Back to the action. They are still counting. Both players are running through the ifs and thens in their head. If I do this and he does this, then this and this happen, and then.
Yeah, I think the best play that trainer can make is he can run that Leia away. He's got to keep Leia on the table for now, though. That's the key to winning this game is Leia eating those 2 drains.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, Leia. Well, wait. Didn't Leia eat the drains last turn?
No, Leia got she got hit by Galen the last time she was on the table.
No, but there's been a turn since then because she was already on table the turn that Vader.
No,
was
I don't believe he drained.
Oh, see, I am not a fan of that move.
That's still the same card on top of the lost pile that was there.
Yeah.
The last time around.
I am just not a fan of if that was the move he made. That not a fan of that move because.
Yeah, I would force the eat the 2 drains, because you don't you need to get that drain of 4 going again.
Exactly. Of course, it's hilarious. It could be hilarious that they've decided the game, and they're just sitting around there shooting the crap with each other, trolling us.
Yeah, that it's still ongoing. Thanks, Steven.
So the math continues.
I think Stiffy Luke comes to the cantina to back up. Leia runs away. And they go from there. Oh! Oh! The saber to go see Palpatine.
I'm hoping that Shaw has Garandan in hand. That would be really, really just exceptional. I mean, A+.
Or at least a close call. He's got to. He's got to have something here.
He does a quick verify that shows a Probot And no close call, no Garandan in reserve deck, I don't believe.
Hopefully they ain't stuck in the fourth pile. Go ahead and cut that. There's a force push in there though. Too
Yep.
bad he can't get to it. No, that 5 would clear Luke though too. You do need Luke to die at this point in time.
Yep. Vader,
And Luke is hit. Luke hit
he
Emperor.
adds to power. That is a lot of power. That's a lot of power. That would be 5, 10,
16.
16. Yep. 16 versus the 9 for the Emperor. That's going to be enough to wipe the board.
Mm-hmm. No, it doesn't crack Luke's immunity.
Well, that's what I meant to wipe Mr. Shaw.
Wipe the Emperor. Yeah, that's the end of the game. Can't afford to peel the 7.
No.
I didn't see a swing. Did you see a swing at the Emperor? He is tilted sideways, but Vader is kind of on a tilt too, so I can't really tell.
I only saw 2 Destiny, but don't quote me on anything. Emperor is hit. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, unless there's a Gick, then unless Shaw had a huge hand.
Yeah, 4, 6, 8, 15. Whew. That's dirty.
Only 5 battle damage? You sure they're doing the math right? What's the Emperor's power though?
The Emperor got an extra power destiny from Navarre being at the site. So there were 2 destiny for the Emperor. They were lower, but it's not as bad as it could be. So the battle ended up with Emperor getting hit from track destiny, and then he had a 6-5 tracked. So he did power regular destiny, giving him a total power of 16 to 11, which was not tracked. The 11 came out of a power destiny as well as battle destiny, which didn't crack Luke. Seven. I don't believe it cracked Luke.
Probot was a 2, and it looked like the other card was the prepared defenses.
Yeah.
So that's a 5 total. The Emperor was how much?
Emperor's power was on him, so he was 10, I believe. I don't know. It's too hard. I can't do the math.
Yeah, Emperor's power doesn't add anything to him though, so he should have been a 9. So it should have been a 7. It should be 7.
So now
Shaw's
Shaw's down to 14 life force. He now needs to get retrieval going as well, or get cards out of his hand, as well as knock off Mr. Harrison Trainer from somewhere. The best opportunity to knock him off is, of course, the Cantina or in space. Actually, there's no great opportunities here for him. It's looking like Mr. Harrison Trainer is going to take down the match.
Trainer 2 at Endor.
Yep.
Loses. Wisa got a Grand Army, and I didn't see the other card.
It was an escape pod. Those were the last two that were tracked out of the Wookiee win maybe 4 turns ago.
They're Verify.
One beautiful thing, Force Push is in there. Black Leader what's her name? Juno Eclipse. I always think of her as Black Leader. Juno Eclipse was in there. A Combat Responses Virtual was also in there. I still do not understand what that card is doing in this deck, but
It's got to be for the Juno Eclipse pool. Black. If you get it early, you can flash it to get the Black Leader out of your deck.
I suppose it. I mean, I'd love to ask Shaw what he's doing with that. That's. I mean, a deck that's running 1 Starfighter and running Combat Response.
There's a choke on Leia. There's a hit of Yoda. And there's a Destiny to Power and a Battle Destiny.
Destiny to Power looks like masterful move. Battle Destiny looks like one beautiful thing.
Here comes Battle Destiny on the other side.
Of course, it's only going to be 1. It should be a 5.
Won't be high enough to crack Vader, but what about power? 6, 9, 14? It doesn't matter. Vader went to battle. You can flow him for probably 4 as well.
Mm-hmm.
We did see the Hojix earlier, but he might have had to toss that to a drain. I don't see why you would, but
there's also the absolutely critical 2 force from Vader hitting with a lightsaber.
Mm-hmm. That makes it a lot closer, but with Shaw down to 14.
Yep.
I don't see how this is going to turn the other way.
Yeah. I think Vader's going to clear them both, which is good, and he survives, which is good. But with that Luke having stayed through the battle, he doesn't get the flip, which is what he needs.
Yeah, he needs that for the retrieval.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can get a 5 tracked up and go and take Luke out, get the flip. He just can't. There's nothing really he can do. Trainer can always draw up before.
Yeah.
A little while ago.
Exiting area.
Many thanks go out to the great Stephen Kim. He's been amazing setting up not only the audio and visual for today, which we are grateful for, as is everyone watching at home, I'm sure. But he's also done an amazing job just setting up just doing a lot of the logistics for the weekend. Cheerio. that's going to be the game.
Trainer draws up, and that's it.
I believe they've agreed on the math. I believe Trainer decided to not draw Battle Destiny and take Overflow, advancing in the match. So by not drawing Destiny, he was overflowed by enough that he could lose out his life force and advance after Shaw wins the game, presumably by about 14.
Pinning any used interrupts into Shaw's hand. Very well played.
It was well played. This was a classic example of the way match play works, a little bit differently than constructed, because the first game ended up not being particularly all that close. Shaw just didn't have the goods in space and just got crushed in space early. This game, if this had been first, might have gone a little bit differently, but Shaw had to take a lot of risks. He did take a lot of risks just because he was trying to get ahead early.
Keep his numbers up. We see there the good play at the end that was able to get it done, folks. Look like he takes the match by 1.
Do you believe you are correct, sir?
So, Maven, are you going to be making the trip out to San Diego come January?
I'd like to. I was really optimistic about it at first, but I don't think it's going to work out. The timings ends up being a little rough. I'd also hoped to be able to go out to the NPC this year, and the timing of that also ended up being about as inconvenient as possible. So it's not looking promising. But anything's possible.
Yeah, things could switch around, but yeah, I understand there's a lot of time where there are events that I'd like to go to, and either the money is not right or the days aren't right.
Yep.
But look like I'll be able to pull off the San Diego Grand Prix. Of course, it's a 2-hour drive for me, so that's not that bad.
No, that's much better. Much better. So for those who didn't see the update I just posted, the second round will be seeing Matthew Harrison Trainer, Angelo, Emil, and Brian Twiggs. They are taking a 5-minute. They're taking pictures right now, and then there's going to be a few-minute break. The next round is going to start in about 7 or 8 minutes. For those on the East Coast, it'll be starting at presumably about 1:45, but this is a tournament, so we can expect everything to run late.
Looks like we're looking at one American player in top 4.
Yep. 1 American, 1 Canadian, and 2 Euros. We also have 2 repeat world championships.
There's a lot of experience at in this top 4. We got NPC champ, world champ, Euro world champs. Doing real good out there.
Yep. And Brian Twiggs coming back to avenge the loss of the competitive balance team.
All right, while they're on break, I'm gonna mute and step away for a few minutes, and then I'll be back for the next game.
Sounds great. Can't wait to see you.
All right, buddy. Talk to you then.
Sorry for all the typing to anyone who's watching live. As they are on break, I am trying to set up some logistics for the next game. Okay, everyone, so while they are on break, I just want to talk a little bit about the coming reset and just say it's exciting. The game of Star Wars CCG is in a very exciting place right now. If you're someone who's watching this at home and you're thinking that you haven't played events in a while, I encourage you to find an event near you. If there's no event near you, I encourage you to travel to an event far away from you, because this is a fun game to watch, and more than being a fun game to watch, Star Wars is a fun game to play. Right now, there are a lot of exciting events on docket. The Euro Championships is coming up here in a couple of weeks. On September 12th is when it starts in Bochum, Germany. Go there and have some fun. There's an official reset event to try out the new meta. It's brand new. It's going to be fantastic. Amazing people, as always, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on October 3rd through the 5th. Events in Philadelphia are always fun. I've gone. I've had a great time. If you show up, you won't regret it. If you have questions about it, feel free to post. People on the message boards at StarWarsCCG.org would love to hear your questions, love to hear your comments, and mostly just love to meet you. If you're one of the people watching and there's a chance that you're unsure or uncomfortable about any element of the game, come over there. We've got answers if you've got problems. So there are plenty of other events coming up if those don't work. There's major events coming in San Diego in early January. The San Diego Grand Prix. They put on a heck of a show. I've had a blast there as well. Show up and have a good time. The worst that can happen is that you have fun. It'll be worth it, I promise. The last major event we have coming up that's scheduled, and it's not even in the near future, is in May. That's right. This game is scheduled through May of 2015, where the Match Play Championships, the traditional Match Play Championship of the year, fantastic event every year. This one's going to be held in New Brunswick, New Jersey. It's going to be great. Show up. Bring your A game. Match Play Championship is the only major event of the year where you get to do, well, an entire event in Match Play format, like we're seeing today in Day 3 of Worlds. Normally, you play a Swiss-style constructed for events, at least for the start of events, meaning that everyone plays, say, 6 or 8 games, and the winners play against other winners, and the losers play against other losers, and it balances out, and as a way of determining who was the best. In match play, you play against a player, and you play light side against them, then you play dark side against them, the winner advances. It's phenomenally fun. Highly recommend you try it out. If you have any questions about these, feel free to just go on over to StarWarsCCG.org and ask. Similarly, if you have questions about this broadcast, or if you have any critiques, we prefer comments to critiques about how to improve the broadcast, things you'd like us to cover, things that you would like included in the middle of games, go on over to StarWarsCCG.org and post in the comments. You can post in the comments in the World Championship thread under the featured match for the top 8 or featured match for the top 4. The top 4 has not yet been posted, but we will be there just shortly here in about, well, my original guess was -3 minutes ago. Clearly my guess was wrong. And as Batmouse said, well, he is on mute, he just said the worst thing that could happen if you come, like to San Diego Grand Prix, not Grand Prix, that would be weird, is that you get roped into a Mafia game with Batmouse and you get Bat Logic killed, which would still be fun. There's nothing that isn't fun about this game right now. So if you like having fun, come on out. If you don't like having fun, I'm sorry, there's not much we can do. Also of potential interest to our viewers is that, as many of you know, there are Star Wars CCG forum games. Some of those are a lot of fun. There's a new game of Mafia starting this week. If you're interested, experienced or inexperienced, join up. It'll be a good time. As 2 command cards have just been taken off the table, I believe this round is about to get underway. Oh, and we see some deck boxes. Ultra Pro, Ultra Pro. Yes, I am this patently absurd. Sorry, folks. And our next feature match, we are proud to announce, is going to feature the Euro champions. That's right, both of the world champions from Europe who are here today defending. There have been more than 2 from Europe, are playing in this match. That will give us Emil versus Angelo. We get to see 4 brand new decks played out over the next 3 hours. It's going to be a great match. And we are going to have CCT Iggy, it sure looks like, facing off against Jedi Training with Squadron Assignments. With a San V start. Oh my gosh, I feel like an idiot. I said it was going to be CCT. That's clearly not CCT. That is clearly 100% a stunning move. He's also starting with that. Nichubana, Gift of the Master, and I'll pretend I know what the third one is. We'll update that for you in just 1 second. Ironically enough, I would consider both of these decks to be very Angelo-style decks, neither of them to be particularly email-esque. ASM gave Emil the right to start a Jedi. He did not choose to take that right. And light side is going to get us started. A little bit of activating. Going to get Yoda's hut. He's presumably also going to fish for a Yoda, daughter of Skywalker.
The Batmouse has returned.
Welcome back. Jedi testing versus
ASM.
ASM. What do you think of the matchup?
Jedi testing a little slow. I assume that Angelo playing Jedi testing. It's a very good deck list. We've been working on that one for a long time together. So I know that list fairly well. He always makes a couple changes here and there, but it's a great deck all the way around. So Daughter Skywalker, Yoda, and the Yoda helper cards come down.
Yep. Just about as boring a turn one as you can have. This light side is being played by Emil in this matchup. Dark side is being played by Angelo.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, we get a presence of projection of a Skywalker popped out. I assume that R2 and Red 5 came via, yep, an all wings reporting combo.
It's so funny that Emil would run this against Angelo. But it's obviously match play, so that's not who he had it tech for. started off against Kingery, correct, if I'm not mistaken.
Do believe you are correct. So Email pulls the Grabber, pulls Aim High, pulls Chasm, while Angelo pulls Abyss as well as Grabber Shield. Absolutely nothing surprising.
Oh, sorry about that, folks.
That was some loud Sports Center coming on. Until Batmouse gets that squared away and gets back, you just get to listen to these dulcet tones as Angelo pops a blaster rack, pops a flagship sight. This time he pulls the docking bay. And we get to see the start of the move over with a very fast move. This shouldn't be any surprise against Jedi testing. It looks as though that is EPP Dengar carrying the prisoner over, just like in the movies. And the way of things comes out. Yoda's going to grab it. Leia grabbed Reflection. Neither of these things should be much shock. We get another Dagobah location. He's going to grab Luke. This is Luke Skywalker. He's going to flash Luke's ship to have grabbed that Luke here in a second. Luke is going to go to Naboo. And the reflection does go on Leia. And we get a Wookiee win for a home one, a Kraken, and an all wings report in. The home one is taken. Home one is a relatively unusual choice in a strike plan or in a squadron assignments deck, but Emil is nothing if not effective. And they're going to rearrange sites a little bit to give a little more play space. So we see a reinforcement to the docking bay for Darkside. Nothing should surprise there. Got us a very, very nice weapon to go along with the count. And a coward shield's going to come out. Also should be no surprise. Going to move over. That'll get a flip. It's going to take OOM 9 into hand, or the OOM command battle droid. No, it's OOM 9. It has to be. That's the only one that makes even remotely sense. Which could be very potent in this matchup. All those Dagobah locations giving an extra icon to Darkside would be a lot of force. And we see a victory come out of the force pile. He will let it go to hand. Can draw some. Quite a few, actually. Saves one. And Angelo passes the turn. Hemo shows a rebel leadership to presumably go get an Akbar. Angelo thinks about grabbing it. Decides against it, it appears. And lets the search proceed. And indeed, the Akbar is what is pulled. And Hemo recirculates. He's going to activate a bundle. Actually, he'll activate about 10. Sorry for 1 second, y'all. Okay. So we not surprisingly see another location pulled. Out of the Mind Which You Have Learned deck. This will probably be about it. As far as Digable locations go, there might be another battleground or two. Presumably systems. And I say that just as Nar Shaddaa comes out, because I'm just that big of a ninja. We see a Grimtash. Grimtash went used. And the live feed appears to have stopped. Well, folks, we'll try to get that feedback. It shouldn't take very long. We are doing a relatively bandwidth-heavy operation here, so sometimes it does take a little. Okay, folks, looks like we're reconnecting. We should be back on here in a second. Yep, and we are back live. So the last thing that had happened was that a Grimtash was successfully used on Mr. Angelo, who was putting cards back into his deck. Since then, we have had a 3PO come out, and that sure looks like that's about it. So Angelo flashes a card. Email lets him take it. Should be no surprise there. And we're going to have an EPP, not an EPP, good gracious. We have Maul Young Apprentice coming down with his double-bladed lightsaber, going down to, I suppose it's Grievous's hut, because it gives Grievous really good text. And we're going to see, that sure looks like a Search and Destroy to me. Holy cow. That is indeed a search and destroy. This could be really bad for Emil, because what exactly we haven't seen a lot of ground prowess out of this deck. A Jedi testing does not it has a lot of mitigation, but none of it works against search and destroy. It's always possible of a stray EPP or two coming down, but they fit rather nicely into space decks. But we'll see what's gonna happen here. Draws a training draw. He is successful. And is going to pull a Dark Lighter spin combo. And Lando's going to come down on the Lady Luck, going to Nar Shaddaa. This is rather important because now he satisfies Coward. And Kraken's going to join Lando. This is, of course, the good General Kraken, not the bad. Commander, Captain, whatever his rank is. Strong going to use, Mil's going to deploy a Jedi Strength. Going to go to his move phase, give Angelo the opportunity to move it. Of course, the correct answer is always to not. Or always to. Can never remember. It's always to move it. You move it to him because then the next turn he doesn't get the autocomplete. It appears as though we missed the grab of a Dark Time for Rebellion V. That probably took place while the feed was down. And Angelo, as predicted, moved the Jedi Strength. You always do move that because if you don't, then they get the autocomplete on test 3. Bad things happen. If you do, then they have to wait another turn. And we're going to get another Let the Wookiee win. The 3 cards are unfortunately off the screen, so we can't see what he took. Put one interrupt back and 1 character, but the very bottoms of the cards was all that we could see. And he's passed the turn. So Mr. Angelo activates. Of course, every draw phase, this Search and Destroy is going to be doing damage. This turn it got Obi-Wan in Radiant 7. I do believe that's an Obi-Wan, not just a Radiant 7. Yes, indeed it is. Obi-Wan in Radiant 7. We're going to get a Sniper on 3PO. It will, of course, be successful because 3PO is very weak. It's a bit of a bold move.
Want to chime in real quick that 3PO, he's so weak because he's not wearing any clothes.
That is clearly the fact. I mean, Batmouse is correct. If he's remembered to put clothes on, I mean. Oh, and Angelo's going to force push.
And with that, I will bounce back out for a few more moments.
Sure. Just gonna show the force push, take it into hand, of course. Imagine, see pain to drain here. Yep. We did indeed see a drain. Which pulled an atrocity. Now Angelo's gonna spend some quality time thinking to himself. Apparently the internet is partially down there. We are still getting feed though, so good things are happening. The feed may not be transmitting, but it surely should be archived. Um, so if the feed's going down, I'll try to recap it. Unfortunately, the answer is not much is happening. Jedi Test 2 was just successfully completed by an R2 in Red 5. And we're going to see Jedi Test 3 come out here in a minute. Emil's retrieves for Luke. And now comes Jedi Test 3. So to anyone who's joined us relatively earlier midpoint of this game, just to catch anyone up on the action, Emo is playing Jedi Test, well, just played and Jedi Test 3, he is playing Mind What You Have Learned Virtual, opposed to Angelo, who's playing ASM. Angelo has an overwhelming ground presence at the moment, occupying 2 battlegrounds and having the Insidious Prisoner at the blockade flagship hallway, I do believe. Could be the bridge, it's really hard to tell. He's spread himself quite thin. He has Search and Destroy out. It appears as though Emil is running a very space-heavy deck, or perhaps space-only deck. He's just completed Jedi Test 3. So all of those wonderful bonuses are accruing for him. He also has Luke in space at Naboo. He has Lando in space at Nar Shaddaa. Lando is being backed up by General Kraken. And Emil's going to pass the turn. So at this point, for anyone who's watching, I suppose anyone who's listening to this is watching the stream, seems as though Angelo's in a bit of a rough patch. He has Search and Destroy set up, which is very good. Very, very good for him. That's 2 damage a turn. But he's facing off against a deck that has a lot of retrieval throughout the game. And he has Luke on table. He's got drains of 2 and 2. And, of course, Mind What You Have Learned is canceling the Dark Side Force drain bonuses. So what would normally be drains for 2 and 4 are instead drains for 1 and 3. Or, excuse me, 1 and 2. That's a lot less damage, especially considering that Luke is retrieving, that Yoda, well, every time Leia completes a Jedi test, Yoda is letting Emil retrieve. There is just a lot of there is not a lot of damage going out from Darkseid. Of course, the worst case scenario for him is that Emil is able to successfully track around a 7, stack it on test 5, and then perhaps send select dudes to battle him as he wishes, while also controlling space. So Angelo just took a control into hand from his force pile. Emil chose to allow that rather than lose 2. He's generally been allowing him these drains. It should also be noted, of course, Angelo does get the ping for his objective being flipped. His objective is flipped. That is real damage. Though with Atrocity on table, the damage is somewhat mitigated. So right now, Angelo is tapping in about 7 damage a turn, including the critical 2 from Search and Destroy. And Emil is tapping in 4 damage a turn, but retrieving approximately 4 damage per turn. It seems as though the most likely scenario is going to be some type of confrontation in space. Angelo seems to be preparing for that very carefully, very patiently, trying to find the right place to make his move. So he controls an atrocity, does the damage, which gets immediately atrocitied again. If Angelo has another control, it would be very, very good. If he doesn't, a no escape would be ideal before the next turn. Angelo seems to not be bent on playing the atrocity game, which seems wise. Going to he paid for dinky little drain of 1, which got the Red Squadron 1, which came out of hand. Angelo is going to force push. Force push has a couple of advantages. One, it gets another card out of his force pile. The other thing is, potentially, it gets 2 cards out of his hand and into his life force. So he just put out Jabba's Haven, and then used said Jabba's Haven to retrieve Zekistan Misthunter into hand. Jabba's Haven is, of course, a card he normally starts. However, in this matchup, he chose not to, because the early pull wasn't going to be strong. I believe instead of that, he started something special planned for them virtual to give him another grabber, which could come in extremely helpful in this matchup. I may be wrong. That may be a broken concentration B. Actually, and he gets out the Nal Hutta. Boba Fett, Fett in Slave 1 comes down, not using the combo. That's, I mean, certainly the more classic play is to run a Sonic Bombardment package, though, of course, with it being this many turns into the game without it, it was a little unlikely that the Sonic Bombardment was ran. Fett in Slave 1 draws on his own. He's immune to several good things. It's a very strong card, very underrated card. But of course, the sacrifice is that you lose out on the insane power that is Boba Fett Prepared Hunter and Jango Fett, the assassin, combined with Slave 1 Symbol of Fear. But it saves several valuable slots that you could use on things such as Search and Destroy, which is keeping him in this game. So he saves 2 force and circulates. Email is going to activate. Pay to drain. And then pay to drain. Oh, he's going to retrieve with Luke first. Okay, sure. And there he pays to drain. Drain for 2. She's going to get force field out of hand as well as some character out of hand. Then paid to drain for 2. Presumably these will all come from hand. Oh no. Gets a Grievous from reserve deck and what sure looks like a masterful move from reserve deck. That might not be correct. Oh, he deploys Han, Chewie, and the Falcon. They get the good old-fashioned barrier. That Han, Chewie, and the Falcon is, of course, the virtual version. It is basically a mirror of that Boba Fett in Slave 1. Draws on its own, high immunity, high power, no maintenance cost, does not get a second destiny. He's going to draw some, sure looks like he's about to draw a training destiny. Doing the math, he's not at the right site. His training jet, wow, easy for me to say. His training destiny draws right now are going to be about plus 11. Of course, there's broken concentration on table, which will make them minus. I can never remember what it says, so I look it up real quick. -2, so his draws are going to be plus 9 at the moment. 5 for Leia, 1 for the backpack, 1 for reflection, 1 for Yoda, 3 for this location, -2. Luke's going to go join Han at the system so that Luke and Han are together, either to bluff the don't get cocky or to actually have it, or perhaps just for backup. The other advantage of sending them, of course, is that Emil knows that Zuckuss and Mist Hunter is in hand. So Zuckuss coming down. Zuckuss is very good against Han, Chewie, and the Falcon. That is no longer a threat, as Han, Chewie, and the Falcon plus Luke does have sufficient ability. should be noted that Zuckuss does not have sufficient ability to draw on his own anymore, since Jedi Test 2 has been completed. So while Luke is extremely good, Zuckuss is no longer extremely good. One thing that's also potentially worth noting in looming space battles is that the light side is slightly beefier than they look because Yoda is currently at his hut, meaning Darkseid's attrition is effectively -2. Very good for the staying power of this light side deck. Do believe Emil is a little bit frustrated at broken concentration. Guess it's fair to say at this point he is not running. No. They appear to have had a problem with the game text on Boba Fett and Slave 1. Asked for some clarification. And finally reach Angelo's turn, after, of course, losing 1-2 Search and Destroy. Angelo controls Atrocity and is now going to ping for 3. There's those 3. And is going to get drained for 1 and 1. If If you're wondering why he didn't point to the Coruscant location, that's because it is projectioned. With Jedi Test 1 completed, there's no Force Drain bonuses. With the projection, it is Force Drain -1, which makes it a drain of 0. So that control allowed Emil to be forced to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. It's a pretty good turn. And Angelo is going to go look through his force pile with his objective. Pick a card. Oh, he goes for Imbalance Combo. It's a fantastic card here. Great choice, because Emily now has to choose between losing 2 force immediately or effectively losing 2 force later. Of course, the 2 force later he has to pay for. It looks as though there are only 2 cards in Angelo's reserve deck. He seems to have hopefully he tracked these 2. If he didn't, we will most assuredly see a fake Blaster Rack pull so that he can verify them. Though it's trickier than you might think to track cards around because he's got so many things to remember, such as that ability doesn't draw for 4, and ability 4 doesn't draw Destiny anymore, and his draws are -1. So victory comes down with Zuckuss and Mist Hunter. That will draw Destiny. That will prevent Kraken plus Lando from drawing Destiny. It's a very, very good combination. I'm a little surprised at the paucity of his space presence. I thought he would put a character down with him, but especially perhaps an OOM-9. It's a rather good card. It's going to move everybody together. The logical move. And Emil loses what sure looks like an Obi-Wan in Radiant 7 to the Atrocity. Or not to the Atrocity, that would make no sense, to Search and Destroy. And now Emil gets to take a turn. Try to see how much damage he can do in space. If he can get another pilot down, he can draw 2 Destiny, potentially. But first, of course, he's going to pay to drain for 1. And going to attempt to Jedi Test. The attempt Included a Tantive and an escape pod. Escape pod is a very high test that looks as though he has been successful. Which earns him the right to pay 3 to retrieve 3, which he has just done. Oh no. It appears as though he changed his... I'm not actually sure what he did there. It looked like he put the retrieved force back into lost pile. And decided instead, perhaps, to only retrieve 1 and to use Luke. Now he's going to consolidate to 1 system. Moving over to Nar Shaddaa. Oh no! Just moves Honshu and the Falcon over to Nar Shaddaa, giving him enough pilots to break the Zuckuss prohibition. With Luke's ability to pull all wings combo, it is all but inevitable that there is 1 in hand. Especially since Luke has pulled 1 that hasn't been used this game. Makes it even more likely. And then Luke splits out over to Naboo to change a drain of 1 into a drain of 2. So Angelo gets to activate. He's got a very nice ping here for 3. Which I'm sure he's going to get to. Oh, Angelo decided that that's what happened. Okay, Angelo decided that he would rather not battle, so he chose to ping. Email plays It Could Be Worse, which gets grabbed with something special planned for them. By the way, on that last turn, when 2 of the force set that email retrieved for the Jedi test went lost, that was because imbalance was played on it from the turn before. The imbalance made the retrieval of 3 turn into a retrieval of 1. Pay 3. Very good card. This matchup has gone surprisingly well for Angelo. I didn't think that he would have nearly as much of a chance as he's shown, but a couple of key cards like Imbalance, the Broken Concentration certainly slowed him down. Search and Destroy has been huge. There he just took an Imperial Barrier into hand. That barrier was with the backside of the objective. Going to assume that he's now going to going to go in front of Luke and go to Nar Shaddaa. I suppose that's a way to do it. I would have been tempted to, instead of going to Nar Shaddaa, to have flown to Dagobah because the drain is higher. It's not a battleground, but the drain is higher. And with light side atrocity having been double controlled, it seems like a strong move. However, we shall see. Angelo's also done a lot of very small things right, like controlling the atrocities right before he deals serious damage to try to keep them buried, combining that with the imbalance to further keep them buried. So Emil's draining for 2 at Nar Shaddaa, retrieving 1 with Luke. Leia is going to start her Jedi Test 5. Emil needs another 3 ability. Well, he needs 2 different characters of a 3 ability to face off against Luke. Of course, these 2 characters have to be on separate starships, since any starship will get barriered. It seems unlikely that he will be successful. And as Baneslater has so graciously reminded me, the reason I'm not going to Dagobah is the system says you can't drain there. The only reason to go there is to land and drain at the locations, which is less effective when you are using ships that don't have pilot characters. So Emil is doing the math, trying to figure out ways to get more effective fighting in space. Going to reinforce the Lady Luck. Move Han Chewie and the Falcon over with Luke. Move the Lady Luck in front of Boba Fett so that he blocks both drains. Luke plus Han Chewie and the Falcon, of course, is enough to draw Destiny, which would make that battle go very, very poorly for Victory and Zuckuss Mist Hunter. The most likely move here for Angelo is going to be to switch the ship's locations. And by that, I mean move Fett to Nar Shaddaa. Angelo plays some Cold Feet. Then puts Dr. E. Dr. E combo on the Mist Hunter. Consolidates to one system. Played some interrupt. You'll have to forgive me. Gets out code clearance. I don't believe that the code clearance will be relevant this game, though it certainly could have been, since On the Edge is very, very good in Mind What You Have Learned. One thing you can't see from here is the relative size of each of their decks. They're both clearly doing the math on this matchup. I believe Angelo is discouraged by the math. Emil seems to be more giddy. So Emil activates. He's got a lot of thinking to do here because he wants to make sure that when Leia turns back up, he gets to stack the destiny that he wants. Of course, he also doesn't want to just waste his turn. It's very important that he not waste his turn. So he drains. Puts out another 3PO. No, that wasn't putting out. That was... I have absolutely no idea what that was. In any case, he finished his Jedi test. He has stacked a 5, let the Wookiee win. He did get to retrieve 2. Leia is now back at the site. 3PO is on table. There was no imbalance for the Force retrieve for Jedi test 5. Of course, stacking a 5 is nowhere near as bad as stacking a 7. And it sure sounds like Angelo is asking for deck counts. And that's 3 ping to the objective. After that, Emil just played We're Doomed. The We're Doomed takes care of all of the Force drains. It rounds them down to 0. The Lure Doomed, of course, means that Emo has less than 15 life force left. Though, of course, it's a little hard to keep track of all of these things, but there must be less than 15. Angelo's got a lot of options of cards to take with the objective. And I'm not willing to say what that card was because I couldn't quite tell. It was clearly an interrupt. It might have been a barrier. Don't quote me on that. Might have been a Hellrot. Unsure. So Battle Droid Squad goes into space. Which is very, very good. It's very, very strong. And he chose to place it aboard the Victory. And then Drew Destiny, that's launching the Assault versus Imperial Barrier and what looks like Force Field, which would be 6 to 5. No, 6 to 4. And Dr. E covers total of 6. With Yoda at the hut would mean 4 attrition, so both light side are immune. The combination of Yoda and Jedi Test 3 is obscene, because it gives everyone additional 2 immunity to attrition and makes every draw -1. Add in the Jedi Test 2, makes you need 6 ability to draw Destiny. Lots of things can be very unpleasant very quickly. Emo activates everything except for 1 force. He, of course, has to have 1 force in to use his replacement text. He paid what sure looked like 3, which would be to drain. Apologies, the feed is got a little weak there for a second, so he could have skipped it. And now the paid force are gone, so he's clearly doing some math, thinking, choosing his options. And she's going to retrieve with Leia. Notices his objective isn't flipped. Puts out. You must confront Vader. Which is good for him. It ups his damage potential. So Angelo's going to put out an OOM command battle. I keep saying it's OOM command battle droid. It's clearly OOM 9. I'm just being silly. Sorry, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to comment on Mind What You've Learned matchup because the game takes a very long time. I do believe we're about to be joined again by Batmouse. So sorry for the dead air. There's not a lot to say at this moment. The players are clearly doing the math. Both of them are relatively low on life force. Looking to see how this game is going to end. The odds seem to be in the favor of the Viking. While they do their math, I'll just once again urge players to consider going to the next major event sponsored by the Star Wars CCG PC. It's going to be October 2nd, 3rd. It's going to be a great event. Now I'm just thinking I got the dates wrong, and it's going to be October 3rd through 5th, which is when it is going to be. And that's exactly when it's going to be, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you're interested or have questions, go to starwarsccg.org. It looks as though I was incorrect. And that Mr. Wallen is going to be drained out. With a win of about 8. Sure looked like that was 13 to me. Might have been 12. This ASM deck ended up being an incredibly potent deck. A couple of key tech cards, especially Search and Destroy, was very critical in this matchup. The imbalance ended up being a very, very high force swing. And the space package that he used ended up being surprisingly useful in fighting against the power of Mind What You've Learned. It's also a little bit of anti-tech, since things like Slaver space is so common. The clear kudos have to go to Angelo, our winner of Game 1. They're going to take a short break as they prepare for Game 2. They're going to clean up the card, and we're going to restart the stream, so we'll be back in a second, potentially. Okay, welcome back. We are getting set for Game 2 of the semi-finals match of the World Championships for Star Wars CCG. In Game 1, Angelo's ASM was victorious over Emil's. Mind what you have learned. It was a victory by 13 cards. So Emil needs a win here by at least 14 to continue. This matchup is going to be a little bit different from the last one. They each chose, I would say, relatively high damage decks for one side and high staying power decks for the other side. We just saw the high damage decks. Now I'd say we get to see a little bit more of the staying power. Whoops, I'm sorry, y'all. I thought I'd muted that for a minute. I clearly had not. So as we get started, you're about to see that we are going to see Will handle this V at the hands of Angelo, played against Wookiee slaving operations, played by Emil. Angelo has started, used heading for the medical frigate to pull, or to start rather, Republic Logistics, Quick Draw, and Walkling. Republic Logistics, of course, is there so that he can use it to pull a Jedi's plans. And there comes the Kashk, or Kashyyyk, as case may be, for Emil. He seems to be taking a little bit longer to start up. Though he makes up for it by having freaking sweet deck sleeves. The Emperor deck sleeves are legitimate. So we get the mining camp headquarters, and that he also chose to start. Nothing that's particularly surprising. We have a Jabba's Haven, Power of the Hutt, and Mercenary Slavers to go with the obligatory Den of Thieves special delivery combination. I myself am sad to see Emil playing Slavers, since it's nowhere near as cool of a deck as his Imperial Entanglements deck is. I actually think he went from two of the coolest decks that he in the game that he was playing yesterday, and very innovative and original, to two relatively boring decks today. So before this cast starts, Emil, you get slops. And we're going to get started. Emil activates and is going to start pulling cards. Grabs a cache location, and he grabs Nalhutta with Jabba's Haven. Doesn't grab anyone with Power of the Hut. It's a bit surprising. Throws Jabba. Played some interrupt. I'm not going to pretend to be able to decipher which one that was. But it was apparently sufficient to get a Grabber Shield and an Abyss. Emo replies by pulling Grabber Shield. Chasm. Secret Plans. And Oppressive Enforcement. And then he passes the turn. So Angelo shows us bits and pieces of his deck while he looks through it. Grabs Saitor with Quick Draw. Grabs a Jedi's Plans with Republic Logistics. And grabs Jedi Archives, which he's going to use a Jedi's Plans to pull. Which is going to cost him 2 4s. Which Emo just reminded him to pay, I do believe. For anyone who's curious, since there are 2 different starts for this, he is running the Jedi Council Chamber V, not the non-V Jedi Council Chamber. There are disadvantages and advantages to each one. He is choosing whether to deploy first turn. I suspect he's not going to. He's just going to draw a few more cards. He probably would have taken the Speak to the Jedi Council into hand if he had been able to, if it was in reserve deck, since the Jedi Archives does pull it. Well, he does. Oh, he just puts out 3PO. 3PO to cycle. And he goes down to the Archives, where he shall be mostly safe. And then a Jedi Advisor goes down to the Council Chambers. And he'll get to pull a card from reserved. Not from reserve, excuse me. That would be way too good. He gets to pull a card with used pile for that. That card can be anything, so it goes unseen. And then he uses Speak with the Jedi Council to do another search. He searches for Yoda, senior council member, who is very, very good. For deploying Yoda, he's going to take another card out of used pile. So so Emil activates, gets the barge, and is now going to set up. Grabs the barge, grabs the platform, grabs the passenger deck for the barge. Has to pay to deploy the barge, of course. Gonna guess either Jabba, then Scum, or Scum, then Jabba. Appears it's going to be Scum, then Jabba is going to come down. Perhaps not Jabba yet. And rather than go to the ground, Emil is choosing to go to space. Slave One Symbol of Fear and Boba Fett Prepared Hunter are going to go down to the cache system. That is probably a good idea since we'll handle this is a deck that tends to run a very, very strong ground package and a very, very weak space package. So for Angelo's turn, he is going to use Speak. This is a Speak. He's not going to use it yet. He's pulling it. He has now used his once per game pull with the archives. Seems likely that Deppa or Plo Koon is going to be joining Yoda at the chambers. It is indeed Plo Koon. Weemel takes a look at. Plo Koon has lots of good text on him, because that's what he says. Or if you insist on knowing, he is the one that may cancel and redraw battle or weapon destiny draws. Depending on how interactive this game gets, depends on how relevant that text becomes. And of course, for deploying Plo Koon, he was able to get a used pile search, so he gets to add another card to his hand. And while we were just watching, we got to see Deppa Balaba come down to the Jedi Council chamber. And then an altar comes down. That is an altar V, which is much stronger than altar non-V, of course, targeting at scum and villainy. Fortunately for Emil, oppressive enforcement is already on table. So the best that this can do is send it used to be repulled. So Angelo 3POs. pulls battle plan. No surprise there. In case you're curious, that is a hut bounty that is on top of the sail barge. And of course, it's Hunt Bounty B. So Jabba came down to the sail barge, Hunt Bounty came down, an out-ordering scout came down. The purpose of this was indeed to flip the objective. The space cruiser went to space. It's a very light space package at the other system. The other system is, of course, now Hutta. But I do believe the calculation that Emol is making is that there is little or no space package from Angelo. He may know this because they have tested together or for various other reasons. So we get a Let the Wookiee Win with an Atrocity, a Qui-Gon, and what looks like a Jedi Levitation. He chooses to take the Qui-Gon into hand. It's a very strong character. So Angelo is taking his time, trying to prep for his moves. Obviously, he's set up to start taking some relatively serious damage in space. And so mitigating that damage as fast as possible is a high priority. Or potentially knocking out the ground package so that the space just becomes much slower. anyone who might be unfamiliar with these decks, these are two very recursion-heavy decks. And what I mean by, well, really they're retrieval-heavy decks. So the Scum and Villainy is currently out. It's on the Cache Slaving headquarters, which is the location right next to the cache system. That allows Darkside to retrieve 2 force for initiating battle. For the objective being flipped, they can also take one of those cards if it's a character into hand. Makes the retrieval a little bit more potent. Lightside is playing Will Handle This V. Will Handle This V when flipped, as Lightside is currently and will most likely be for the rest of the game. May retrieve 2 force for initiating battle. So both sides have an enormous amount of retrieval potential, but it's contingent on battling. So this is the type of game that could have a lot of battling going back and forth. The light side player has a little bit more manipulation inside of battle because Blue Kun allows them to redraw destinies, and Depa allows the light side player to look at the top card of reserve decks and remove them, move them to use pile. So potentially, especially if this game gets into a late game where both force piles are, where both life forces run really low, the dark side can be at a disadvantage because with 2 potential slough cards on their reserve deck, they have to save an extra 2 cards. And EPP Qui-Gon is going to come down. He's going to not go for an aggressive stance, but rather he's going to the Skyhook platform. Angelo feels it's more important to set up a presence on the board than to try to engage in fighting. And he draws a few. Ah, you can see Firepower Shield. Come out for Emul, since it's going to be at least a 1/4 swing right here, and will potentially be more throughout the game. Very strong play, especially if he thinks that thinks or knows that there's no space package for his opponent. And not really clear how close these 2 individuals are, how close their decks are to each other. But so Angelo pulls the Atrocity, and then he's going to use that immediately to block the Drainic Cache, so that he's only forced to suck up drains for 3. He chooses to use Depa to look at his own reserve deck, see what's there. He chooses to also keep that card there. And So he uses It Could Be Worse to first drain, Atrocity to the second drain, and then he's going to lose 1 to the third drain. And it's Honor of the Jedi. I was a little surprised to see Emil not grab the It Could Be Worse. If this ends up in a drain race, that's obviously a card he wants to grab. There are other potential cards to grab, I guess. Deck might run Smokescreen or Sense or hypothetically We're Doomed, or though of course We're Doomed has a very, very narrow range of effectiveness since he needs to win by 13. And Angelo, I suppose, needs to win by anything. But so Emil's going to fortify a little bit more. Again, only focusing on the ground. It seems likely that he knows what's going on with Angelo's deck since he's being very loose in space. Emo's going to throw down a Prince Seizure. Caesar is an underrated card. Very good card for this situation, as he can battle, get Qui-Gon almost certainly to go lost. Most likely result of a battle here is both going lost with no overflow. Or an inconsequential overflow. Considering that even after paying to battle, paying for Shizor, and paying to retrieve, it's less expensive than Qui-Gon. That is a good outcome for Emil. He's going to swing an altar and a sorry about the mess combo. Those appear to miss. Emil uses Sonic and then draws Destiny of 5. Angelo draws a Destiny of 1. That's a Obi-Wan Kenobi Jedi Knight. And indeed, as was predicted, the battle ends with neither player having lost anything except for the characters. And Qui-Gon will get Resilience into hand. For anyone who is joining us relatively late, this is the semifinals of the Star Wars CCG World Championships, Day 3. That's final day. This is a semifinal game. This is a matchup between Angelo Consoli. Forgive me for saying your names wrong. He is playing at the top of your screen versus Emo Wallen. He is playing at the bottom of your screen. In the first game of this matchup, it was a heck of a game between ASM and Mind What You Have Learned. Emo's Mind What You Have Learned was unsuccessful. It lost by 13 to ASM. Chiefly, the victory should chiefly be credited to Search and Destroy. In this matchup, which is now underway, thus Emo, who is playing Darkside, needs to win by a minimum of 14 to advance. To advance to the finals, where he will face one of either Brian Twiggs or Matt Harrison Trainer, though Brian Twiggs won the semifinals by a very large amount, won his first game of the semifinals by a very large amount, making it probable that he will be in the World Championship. It's an interesting verify that Angelo just gave up. During it, you can see two different copies of Under Attack. Under Attack is obviously a very, very good card. It's Walker Tech, but it is also, I do believe, highly effective against Jabba's Sail Barge. For anyone who is joining us relatively recently to the action in this game, Emo on the bottom, he has an overwhelming board presence at the moment with ships at 2 systems, as well as one site that is very, very heavily fortified. It's fairly reasonable to suggest that his space is weak at each place. He seems to be confident for some reason or another that his opponent Angelo does not have space. Space packages tend to be relatively weak and will handle this V-Dex, so it's understandable that he would make this assumption. The two also may have worked on these decks together, which would further bolster said assumption. So Angelo is doing some long thinking. And we'll use Death Up Balava on his own deck to see what's coming up. So Mace goes down to the Jedi Council chamber with a lightsaber. This presumably means that Angelo is going to be using a neighbor to move one or more characters out of the Jedi Council chamber, since the saber is excessive, and for that matter, so is everything else. One, two, three, four, five, 6 Jedi Masters at the Jedi Council chamber. And Angelo seems to be playing this game extremely patient, either waiting for the right combination or he's confident in what his deck can do. But he draws after deploying there and passes the turn. Emil's going to drain him for 5 total. He gets an altar from hand. Apparently, Angelo agreed with my math on the altar. And it could be worse, followed by something I couldn't see, sorry, and then an under attack. It was 3 interrupts, all from reserve deck. And Emil's going to overload that site. He keeps putting more fellows down. There's absolutely no realistic way for me to attempt to describe what's there or to anticipate it. We know there's at least 1 outer rim scout. And Jabba is there. That force loss there, I do believe that was a Velkin Terezi that just came down, causing a force loss of 2. And with that, Emol's going to pass the turn. Going to have to forgive me, I don't believe he moved any of those characters to the Skyhook platform. I believe they are all hanging out at the slaver camp. However, they are spread out, so it's hard to tell. There are also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters there, and I have absolutely no idea who any of them are, except there's at least one Outer Rim Scout, there's Jabba the Hutt, and there is a there could be a mercenary pilot, but there is definitely a Falcon Terezi, or Teziri. And huh, and you can now see that there's an Efont Mon there. It's also clear that there's a OOW9 at that site. OOM9, not W. Not that dyslexic. Angelo's going to use Depa, do a little peeky at his own Reserve deck. Couldn't see what it was, but he seemed satisfied. And here comes the Nabram. And the Destiny he already knew was coming. Looks as though we are going to get Mace the Ace with a lightsaber. I think that's a lightsaber. Depa Balaba. And possibly one Jedi Advisor. I'm not sure what the other master there is. Then we are going to get a good old-fashioned weapon levitation. Great card. And I'm clearly wrong. I didn't see that right, though I don't know what he played. He just has initiated a battle. Mace is swinging at someone. Total of 5 is not that strong, but against a deck like Slavers, it very well may have hit. He's going to Blaster Deflection a shot at Mace. Shot at Mace presumably means there's a P-59 or an IG-88 with riot gun, or maybe a Dengar there, or a Bosk with mortar. Points to Mercenary Slavers and the addition that that card gives to defense value. Seems there's nothing he can do. He has missed his draw. His second swing. He does have a third swing available because of the EPP Qui-Gon. However, I don't believe he has enough cards in reserve deck to draw that. And I was correct. He drew Disarmed. Emil draws Kirtan Strider combo. Which will easily be enough to force Qui-Gon to go lost. Where he will be joined by they seem to be arguing over whether someone was hit. So Depa has been enslaved. And Yumul's just gonna throw a Dark Lighters, whatever the dark side for short range fighters combo. Give himself another 5 to track around. As will happen when there's Java and Power the Hut, as well as like 8 characters, there was a significant power differential, which I believe is leading to Angelo choosing to lose a few cards from hand. In addition, of course, to the 7 that he forfeited from Depa. I do believe it's 7. Oh, only 6. So Emil's reloading after draining. That's, of course, what the force loss was. Looks like he added a mercenary pilot. And he'll be taking cards into hand for initiating battle. Oh no, he's going to use Java's Haven. Reloading very energetically at the site. Ifantmon goes back, because Ifantmon plus Java is very, very good. And P59. So we have P59 Java, Ifantmon, UM9, I believe a mercenary slaver, the sail barge, not an Outer Rim Scout, and one other card. Not 100% sure what that one is. To face off against Mace and Qui-Gon. He's going to let the Wookiee win. Just take that Obi-Wan into hand. 2 blaster deflections. Go with the Wookiee win under the use pile. We got a battle. Retrieved into hand. It should be noted at this point, Angelo does not, or excuse me, not Angelo, Emil doesn't have a lost pile. He's never been force drained this game. He's been dealing a steady diet of 3 damage a turn. So for Angelo to have a chance in this game, he really does need to be clearing more guys in these battles. So there we have clarity, finally, where we see that the, well, I'll go back and say, so after Emil initiated the battle, Angelo played It's a Trap, lost, used 3 force to cancel the battle. Emil then decided that his best course of action was to run away. When he ran away, it became a little clearer to see that he does indeed have a mercenary pilot on board the vehicle. Presumably everyone else is not on board the vehicle. It would be to their advantage not to be. There's at least 1 Outer Rim Scout, a P-59, an OOM-9, Jabba, Ifalman. And then there's one other character there. Could be a Lady Valerian, perhaps. She was very strong. Though at this point I'm strictly guessing. So now we get the second apron. And paid 2 to use it, then paid 3 force for it. Adds an Obi-Wan Jedi Knight. Do believe that Obi-Wan was just barriered. For deploying Obi-Wan, he loses what sure looks like a Coruscant nightclub from hand. And we have another handshake, which may indicate that this game is over. Or just these are 2 very friendly players. And the game is indeed over. Judging by the significant life force that Emil has, I am going to say that Emil won the match by more than enough after Angelo conceded to him. That would mean that our finals is most likely going to be Emil Wallen versus Ryan Twiggs. I will attempt to get confirmation on that. It should be very briefly available. Well, thanks to everyone for watching this semifinals of the Star Wars CCG World Championship. As a reminder, there is a fantastic event coming up, the official reset event taking place October 3rd through the 5th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. There are plenty of other events in different locales throughout the year. Heck, there are events every week. Encourage you to go to www.starwarsccg.org and find out. Find out about all upcoming events. Anyone who's still here, their finals will commence at some point in time. Presumably they will be broadcast. However, they will not be broadcast by myself. So I will wish you guys all a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. These were great games. It's a great game to be playing. I hope everyone's having great days.
Let's see. Can you hear me, guys? Okay, look like we got well, this is Emil and Angela playing Slavers and Jedi testing with a lot of space. Getting a reserve deck verify here. Deck is verified. Not sure where we are in the match. Coming back to it after getting my system worked up. Of course, not getting any sound either, so that doesn't help. Looks like the fleet is making a move over down to Nalhutta. Sit in front of Jabba's space cruiser and sorted everything else underneath. Looks like Ellis and Hinther in the background. But like I said, I can't be sure coming back into the match on the back end. Sorry, the final hobby. I'll be running Twig and I'm not sure. Brian Twig and Emil. Yeah. Flashing Boba prepared Hunter. And unfortunately not there. Let's spread verify. Boba to Ellis and Hinthra. Just a little extra backup needed. not sure about the card that just came down, folks. Unfortunately, I can't see that. Just some passenger who forfeit fodder. Alright, and I'll be back, folks.